Let us clap to Jesus.
Hebu tumpige Yesu makofi.
Forever.
Milele.
Don't stop.
Usikome.
Don't stop.
Usikome.
I don't know how many people.
Sijui ni watu wangapi.
I don't know.
Sijui.
Only the Lord knows.
Ni Bwana pekee ajuaye.
How many million people.
Ni mamilioni ya watu wangapi.
Shoulder to shoulder.
Bega kwa bega.
Mighty Father, the God of Elijah and Moses, mighty Jehovah, you are my one and only friend. Jehovah Elohim, Jehovah Eloheinu. Look, I have no other friend except you, Jehovah. Father, you can begin this mighty meeting by releasing your fire to touch the ashes. Fire, 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 fire. Mighty Father, the pastors of the altar, I now release your fire to touch the pastors over there. Touch, 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 touch. Whether you can now bring your fire and touch the pastors and touch, 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 touch.
The women at the corner come out.
Mama aliye pale kwa kona kutoka.
These women have come from Kibarua.
Wanawake wametoka katika vibarua vyao.
Close your eyes, the women from the shamba.
Mama umetoka katika shamba, fungeni macho yenu sasa.
Na mubebe mikono zenu zote juu. Mighty Father, you are the father of Naivasha. You are the father of these precious women who have been working the whole day in the field. So mighty Holy Spirit, I welcome you to visit this field and visit these women and touch, 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 touch them all, touch. Lift up your hands very high.
Levanten su mano bien, muy alto.
The fire of the Lord is going to fall here.
El fuego del Señor va a caer aquí.
Close your eyes, worship Him.
Cierren sus ojos, equipo de adoración.
Mighty Father,
Poderoso Padre,
now you can clean up the worship team.
ahora pueden limpiar el equipo de adoración.
Let your fire fall on this altar.
Deja que tu fuego caiga sobre este altar.
Over there now. Touch, 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 touch. Mighty Father,
Padre poderoso,
now I ask you to bring your fire,
ahora yo te pido que traigas tu fuego.
very great fire,
Un fuego bien grande.
and touch the dancers,
Y toca a los bailadores.
and touch.
Y toca.
Levanta sus manos muy alto. Beginning with the men towards the women.
Comenzando con los hombres hacia las mujeres.
Father, now,
Padre, ahora,
as you remove disease from the field,
al quitar la enfermedad del campo,
you can visit the worship team
tú puedes visitar el equipo de adoración.
from my right hand side.
Desde mi mano derecha,
Beginning with the men,
comenzando con los hombres.
let the fire of Jehovah
Deja que el fuego de Jehová
fall on the worship
caiga sobre la adoración.
over there
Hacia allá.
and touch.
Mighty Father,
Baba mkuu,
now you can breathe on them. I'm going to pass by you,
Ninaenda kupita karibu nanyi.
and the glory of the Lord will touch you as I pass by you.
Nitakapopita karibu na nyinyi.
The Lord has come out
Bwana ametoka
with a storm.
akiwa na dhoruba.
There is power.
Kuna nguvu.
Record it.
Irekodi.
The glory.
Utukufu.
Where?
Wapi?
Show us so we celebrate with you.
Tuonyeshe ili tusherekee nanyi.
Where? Hi. There is a visitation here, right?
Kuna mtembeleo hapa, sawa?
No. They are seeing something. Oh, so the sun is flaring again. Oh, yes. The sun is flaring again. I have seen.
Hallelujah.
Well, beloved people, the Lord Jehovah, Elohim, the mighty creator of all the heavens and the earth, he has spoken with me, blessed people. And in this conversation, I see a meeting that the Lord is taking his two prophets to. When they reach there, I see the two prophets there. And as they arrive, their presence commands the sun. The sun blinks, shut down and light. Shut down and light. So, at these words, the Lord is going to shake the sun. The Lord is going to perform historic wonders upon the face of the earth to reveal these two prophets of the Lord, to speak to the dull hearts of this generation, that they may get to believe that the Messiah is coming. That at my mere presence at a place, I saw the sun blink, and people are looking up, but there is dread. Kisumu is right ahead of us here. So watch out, be very careful.
Genesis chapter 3.
Mwanzo mlango wa 3.
What has happened?
Nini kimetendeka?
Say it.
Iseme.
There is a visitation ongoing.
Kuna mtembeleo
Going on.
unaendelea.
They are seeing with their naked eyes.
Wanaona
Can
na
you
macho yao.
record with your phone?
Je, mnaweza kurekodi na simu zenu?
Record.
Rekodi.
There is a wonder going on out here.
Kuna maajabu ambayo yanaendelea hapa nje.
Look at that, everybody is seeing, right?
Angalia hiyo, kila mtu anaona, sivyo?
Inafanya nini? Oh, the sun is inapiga makofi. Oh, so it's now doing like police lights. The sun is clapping out here right now.
Jua linapiga makofi
Hallelujah.
hapa nje sasa hivi. Hallelujah.
Those of you outside, you can record.
Wale wenu mlioko nje mnaweza kurekodi.
Look, they're seeing, they're recording, right?
Wana rekodi, sivyo?
That is amazing.
Nobody has ever done that.
Hakuna mtu yote ambaye amewahi kufanya
This
hivyo.
is history.
Hii ni ya kihistoria.
Look at that. Look at that.
Tazama hiyo.
Who in the Mighty blessed people.
Kuu kabisa watu wabarikiwa.
It's a very special time in the life of the church.
Ni wakati speciali kabisa katika maisha ya kanisa.
And so again tonight you have the opportunity of seeing the revival, the tremendous visitation that's happening in the church.
Hivyo basi mara tena usiku wa leo mnayo fursa ya kuona mtembeleo mkuu kabisa wa uvuvio mkuu unaotendeka kanisani.
Right now all our systems are raring to go towards Maputo, Mozambique.
Sasa hivi mipango yetu yote iko karibu kabisa kwenda kule Maputo, Mozambique.
Everything is preparing to leave towards Mozambique.
Kila kitu kinajiandaa kabisa ili kuondoka kuelekea Mozambique.
Even our advanced team are about to leave.
Hata kikundi chetu cha mbele wako karibu kuondoka.
Very, very special time. The Lord has spoken with me already about that visitation coming to Maputo, Mozambique.
Wakati speciali kabisa tayari Bwana amezungumza pamoja nami kuhusiana na mtembeleo huu unaokuja kule Maputo, Mozambique.
Once the Lord Almighty will bring me into that stadium of the healing service.
Mara tu Bwana Mungu mkuu Mwenyezi atakaponileta katika uwanja huo wa uponyaji mkuu.
It will be historic.
Itakuwa ya ajabu kabisa.
The moment the Lord brings me in.
Mara tu Bwana atakaponileta ndani.
Cripples will get up from all directions and walk. Blind will see, deaf. It will be an instant visitation.
Viwete wataamka na kutembea kutoka kila upande. Vipofu wataona, viziwi watasikia. Utakuwa mtembeleo wa kigafla.
So this is a very critical time in the life of the church.
Kwa hivyo huu ni wakati ulionyeti kabisa katika maisha ya kanisa.
And we have seen that this is the hour at which the Lord is restoring the church.
Na tumeona kwamba hii ndio saa ambapo Bwana anarejesha kanisa.
Even the pulpit.
Hata madhabahu.
The altar of the Lord is right now being restored by Yahweh himself.
Madhabahu ya Bwana sasa hivi yanarejeshwa na Yahweh mwenyewe.
The Lord is cleaning out the defilement that had stayed its course at the pulpit of the Lord.
Bwana anaondoa kabisa ule unajisi ambao ulikuwa umekaa katika madhabahu ya Bwana.
So the Lord is now purifying the Christian worship experience.
예배를 지금 정화하고 계십니다.
That's why nobody can miss to catch this hour.
이 시간을 놓쳐서는 안 되는 것입니다.
We have a dream team that has been camped at the headquarters here for some time.
여기 지금 그 본부에 드림팀이 얼마 동안 있었습니다.
And this dream team has been working the whole night. They worked the whole night yesterday, and then they worked until midday this past day that has passed.
지지난 밤에 밤새도록 그리고 지난 그 정오까지도 계속해서 여기서 일하고 있었습니다.
Preparing and finalizing on the mission of the Lord to Mozambique.
그것은 주님의 미션, 그 모잠비크에서 미션을 준비하기 위한 것이었습니다.
And they're just about to finalize the mission.
그리고 이제 곧 마무리할
So the
예정입니다.
days are counting down now.
그리고 이제 카운트다운에 들어갔습니다.
And even today they are still camped in here whole night. They work whole night.
여기 아직도 있으면서 계속해서 밤새도록 일할 것입니다.
Let me introduce them to you once they are posted on your screen. Led by the blessed senior Archbishop himself.
대감독이 인도합니다.
Bwana DC John Litunda. You can see over there amevaa sura ya kazi hapo. And then we have the general overseer himself over there, Right Reverend Amos Wandera.
그리고 general overseer Amos Wanderab니다.
He's just come back from Tanzania. He led a delegation to Arusha, Tanzania.
탄자니아 아루샤에 다녀왔습니다.
I sent him there to meet the Pastors Fellowship of Tanzania.
거기에 그 목사연합회 사람들을 만나게 했습니다.
It was such a powerful meeting until he came back yesterday. I mean that Sunday evening.
미팅이 아주 좋았습니다. 그리고 주일에 돌아왔습니다. 탄자니아 교회는 지금 이제 방문을 준비할 때가 됐습니다. 준비가 됐습니다.
They met in a hotel boardroom. We gathered the senior most in Arusha. These are now the chair of the pastors' fellowships, the pastores principales in Spanish, the principal pastors.
아루샤에서 그 목사연합회 회장단과 만났습니다.
That's why now the date for the visitation of the Lord in Tanzania, the revival of Tanzania has been set.
Ndio sababu sasa
그렇기 때문에
tarehe
탄자니아
kwa ajili ya
방문의 날이
utembeleo na
정해졌습니다.
uvuvio wa Tanzania tayari imewekwa.
December, is this 2nd to 8th or 8th to something? 8th to 11th. December 8th to 11th is the massive revival in Arusha.
Tarehe 8 hadi
그래서
tarehe 11 ya
8월,
Desemba mwaka huu
12월 8일부터
mkubwa kabisa
11일까지가
unaokuja kule Arusha,
아루샤
Tanzania.
방문의
December 8th to 11th
미션입니다.
is going to be massive healing service and massive conference of pastors in Arusha, Tanzania.
Haleluya, tarehe 8
탄자니아
hadi tarehe
아루샤에서
11 Desemba
12월 8일부터
itakuwa mkutano
11일까지
mkuu kabisa wa uponyaji
목회자
na
집회와
kongamano
또 치유
kubwa
집회가
kabisa la
있을
wachungaji na wahubiri wa neno kule Arusha, Tanzania.
And then in April 2023 is a massive conference of pastors and massive healing service in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, in their capital city.
Halafu
그리고 수도인
Aprili mwaka
다레살람에서 또 4월 달에
2023
목회자
kutakuwepo na ibada
집회였던
kuu
그 치유
kabisa ya
집회가 있을
uponyaji
것입니다.
na kongamano kubwa kabisa la wachungaji na wahuduma wa neno kule Dar es Salaam, Tanzania.
So it's a very massive revival the Lord is igniting on the African continent.
Hivyo basi ni uvuvio
주님께서
mkubwa wa
아프리카
ajabu kabisa
대륙에서
ambao Bwana
엄청난 그
anawasha
부흥의
katika bara
불씨를
la Afrika.
We know
태우고
too well
계십니다.
that when I made the round, I made a trip around the world, I kind of ignored the African track.
Tunajua vyema kabisa
제가
kwamba
전 세계를
wakati
이전에
ambapo
다녔을 때는
nilifanya ule
아프리카 대륙은
mzunguko kwenda
어느 정도는
katika
좀
mataifa ya
건너뛰고
kote
있었습니다.
ulimwenguni, kwa wakati fulani nilipuuzilia.
I did not pay much attention to the African track. I wanted to reach out to Europe and the other nations up to New Zealand first.
Sikuzingatia
여튼
sana na kutilia
아프리카보다는
maanani sana
유럽과
kwa mataifa
뉴질랜드
ya
등
Afrika,
다른 나라에
kwa maana
집중하고
nilitaka
싶었습니다.
kufika kwa mataifa ya Uropa na Asia kwanza,
Okay, me I said and the other nations, you said only Asia.
na nilitaka kufika kwa mataifa ya Uropa, Asia na kule mataifa mengine ya ulimwengu yote pia.
First, I said first, afadhali Swahili, we don't have time, we're rushing, we need to continue, there's work going on.
Nilitaka kufika katika
We are
mataifa
only here for 1 or 2 minutes and leaving right now.
nilitaka kufika kwa mataifa ya Uropa, Asia na ulimwengu wote mzima kwanza pia,
Before I come back to Africa.
kabla nirudi
그
kwa
후에
Afrika.
아프리카에 돌아왔습니다.
And so now you can see the Spirit of the Lord is now focusing on the African nations, first of all, to ignite them with fire.
Hivyo basi mwaona
이제
sasa
주님께서는
kwanza
먼저
Roho wa
아프리카의
Bwana
나라에 지금
amelenga kwa
집중하고 계십니다.
mataifa
그래서
ya
불을
Afrika
붙이려고
ili
하십니다.
kuyawasha moto mkuu kabisa.
It's very serious,
Ni nyeti ya
매우
kumaanisha,
중요합니다.
very powerful.
ya
네,
nguvu
강력합니다.
mno kabisa.
And that's why,
Ndio
그렇기
sababu
so it is a very important time for Tanzania, beginning December as we stretch into April next year.
ni wakati wa
네,
muhimu
탄자니아에
kabisa kwa ajili ya
12월부터
taifa la
4월
Tanzania
사이에
kuanzia
탄자니아를
Disemba
집중적으로
tarehe 8
방문할 것입니다.
tunapoingia hadi Aprili mwaka unaokuja.
And then we have the senior deputy Archbishop Major General, the senior deputy Archbishop Moshimiwa. Major General Chaka is not here today, but Honorable Kabingo.
Halafu tunaye
네,
naibu
그리고
wa askofu
카빙고
mkuu
부대감독이
mheshimiwa
있습니다.
Honorable Kabingo,
Very, very powerful.
wa nguvu kabisa
네,
kabisa.
And then we have the dean himself. He's the one actually leading this entire process. He's the one leading step by step into making sure everything is in place and right. And then we are ready to now go for the major mission in Mozambique. So this is Agre Gunyali, the senior deputy archbishop and the dean of protocol and all procedure.
Halafu tunaye
아,
naibu
그리고
wa
나중에
askofu mkuu
부대감독입니다. 그
Agri Bunyali ambaye
프로토콜과
ndiye
절차를
kiongozi
담당하고
wa
계십니다.
itifaki na
그래서 모든
mipangilio yote.
미션의
And
준비를
then we have
책임지고
Senior Deputy
있습니다.
Archbishop Michael Niswand, originally from Germany, director and the president of Jesus is Lord Radio.
Halafu tunaye
독일
naibu wa
출신
askofu mkuu
마이클
Michael
니스반
Niswand
부대감독입니다.
ambaye ni
Jesus is
mwenyeji
Lord
wa
radio의
Ujerumani na
창립자이자
pia ndiye
또한
rais na
이사입니다.
mkurugenzi wa kituo cha redio cha Yesu ni Bwana.
He is the director of the International Children's Mission, as you know, in ICM Nakuru, our main campus where the radio is established, and also the president of the Jesus is Lord Radio, president and founder.
Yeye ndiye mwanzilishi
마이클
na pia
니스반
rais wa kituo cha redio cha
부대감독은
Yesu ni
아이신
Bwana, na pia yeye ndiye
고원을 또한
mkurugenzi
책임지고
mkuu wa
있습니다.
kituo cha
Jesus is
mayatima
Lord
kule
radio의
ICM
사장이자
ambapo redio yetu
책임자이자 또한
ipo.
Then we
창립자입니다.
have this very powerful vet surgeon, Dr. JJ, the Yaya Kilimani main altar.
Hello?
Very powerful, the lofty Yaya Kilimani main altar.
Halafu
그리고
tunaye naibu wa
길만이
askofu
그
mkuu
재단을 담당하고
Daktari
있는
JJ
수의사
ambaye ndiye
출신의
msimamizi wa
Very
닥터
masomo
제제입니다.
senior vet surgeon.
daktari wa ngazi ya juu kabisa wa wanyama.
wa upasuaji. Okay, so Swahili, we have only 1 more minute. Swahili missed a chance to capture this. So then we have Eric Oguta, my own son over there, in charge of Utawala, very big church, 521 people right now.
Halafu tunaye
Utawala
naibu
재단의
askofu mkuu Eric
책임을 지고
Oguta
있습니다.
ambaye ni
에릭
msimamizi
오구타
wa
부대 감독입니다.
kanisa kubwa kabisa kule Kitengela, kanisa kubwa kabisa zaidi ya watu 521 sasa.
So this dream team
Hivyo basi kikundi
이
hiki cha
드림팀이
mbele
has been camped here.
wamekita
여기에
kambi
머무르고
hapa,
And
있었습니다.
they work the whole night up to next day. Even tonight, we don't know when it will stop.
na wanafanya kazi
밤새도록
usiku
그리고
kucha
다음
kabisa hadi
날까지
kuingia
계속
katika
일했고 오늘
siku
밤에도 또
inayofuata.
밤새서
Hata
몇
usiku wa
시까지
leo
할지
hatujui
모르겠지만
itakuwa
계속 일할
masaa
것입니다.
ngapi.
Finalizing on the mission to Maputo, Mozambique.
Wakimalizia
모자ம்பி크
malizia
마푸토
kuhusiana na misheni
미션을
ya Bwana ya
마무리하는
Maputo
것입니다.
Mozambique.
And so, blessed people,
Hivyo
복되신
basi
여러분,
watu wabarikiwa.
well, now
Hivyo
이제
basi sasa
we will leave you again with the revival going on,
tutawaacha tena na uvuvio
계속해서
unaoendelea
부흥의
so we
여러분을
can get back to
맡기겠습니다.
work,
ili kwamba
우리
turudi
계속
kazini,
일하겠습니다.
because days are over.
kwa sababu
이제
siku
낮이
zimekwisha,
끝났습니다.
Night time is coming
wakati wa
밤이
usiku
오고
unakuja
있습니다.
when we cannot work.
ambapo
그때는
hatuwezi
우리가 일할
kufanya
수 없습니다.
kazi.
For those who want to receive the Lord, repeat after me.
Lakini kwa wale
예수님을
wanaotaka
영접하기를
kumpokea Bwana,
원하는
rudia nyuma
사람들은
yangu.
따라
Say,
하십시오.
mighty Lord Jesus,
Sema, Bwana
전능하신
Yesu
주
mkuu,
예수님,
I repent and turn away from sin,
ninatubu
저는
na
회개하고
kugeuka
죄에서
kutoka kwa
돌이킵니다.
dhambi,
and I turn away from all wickedness.
nami
그리고
nageuka
모든
kutoka kwa
악에서
uovu wote,
돌이키겠습니다.
And I receive you, my Lord Jesus,
nami
주
nakupokea leo
예수님을
hii Bwana
제가
wangu
제
Yesu
into
마음속에
my heart
ndani ya moyo wangu
as my Lord
저의
kama Bwana wangu
and
주님이시오
my Savior.
na
구원자로
mwokozi wangu.
영접합니다.
Please establish holiness in my heart
Tafadhali
마음속에
imarisha
거룩함을
utakatifu katika moyo
세워주시옵소서.
wangu
and righteousness in my life.
na
그리고 제
uhaki
삶에서 의로움을
katika maisha
세워주시옵소서.
yangu.
Lord, establish the cross and the blood of Jesus in my life
Bwana,
그리고 제 삶에서
imarisha
예수님의
msalaba na
십자가와
damu ya
보혈을
Yesu katika
세워주시옵소서.
maisha yangu,
and sustain my name eternally in the Lamb's book of life.
그리고 어린 양 생명책에 제 이름을 영원히 기록하여 유지하여
In
주시옵소서.
the mighty name of
전능하신
Jesus,
예수님의
katika jina
이름으로
kuu la Yesu
I am born again.
저는
nimeokoka.
거듭났습니다.
Amen.
Amina.
아멘.
So we'll leave you with the revival worship right now.
Kwa hivyo tutawaacha
네,
na uvuvio
부흥과 그
ibada sasa hivi.
찬양을 보여드리겠습니다.
The air that I breathe.
Thank you.
Asante.
감사합니다.
Shalom.
Shalom.
The news came to Jesus. Please confess. Lazarus is sick and without children, he will not last. Mary and Martha
very shocking as you have heard the testimony of one turning HIV negative. It is very shocking here in this village of Siaya. My name is Dr. Toromo Gochei. I am a Deputy Director of Medical Services with 26 years of medical experience. Currently, I am the head of the Partner Liaison and Coordination of Developmental Partners in the county of Nakuru, which is coordinating partners who most of them also support HIV programs in our county. And previously, I was the program coordinator for the National AIDS Control Program in Rift Valley Province. So when we heard about this miracle that has taken place in this village of Siaya, we came running. Very mighty wonder. This morning I took off. This village is 250 kilometers from Nakuru. When a miracle like this one has happened, which is never documented anywhere in the medicine, then we have no choice but to rush and see, to verify for ourselves. And I have listened to the history. I have taken history myself also. I have examined also the clinical condition of Alfred at present. And I am convinced that this is a very big miracle that has happened in Kenya. What the Lord has done here, Senior Bishop, is very big, because this is an orphan who has seen the parents die one after another. Because the mother died in 2007 and the father died in 2009. The father died first in 2007 and then the mother died later on in 2009. That is 2 years later. And it was a matter of time he was also going to die. So it was a desperate situation. Very hopeless situation. But when I entered this homestead, I saw the joy. The people here are very joyful. Even Alfred himself was very joyful, laughing and running. You don't see the kind of depression that you see in people who are on chronic medication like those ones in HIV/AIDS. So very joyous, and this kind of joy cannot be attained easily, especially for such people. They normally have to undergo some kind of psychosocial support, because you can imagine, because at times even you see someone is started on antiretroviral therapy before they know what it's all about. Because you can imagine now he started on antiretroviral therapy at the age of 2 years. So at the age of maybe when he is getting to know and to ask questions, nobody is there to explain. So at times they go into a lot of stigma, and they may even not continue with the medication. And you see also the way he progressed very fast from stage 1 to stage 4. The HIV progression in children is always faster than adults. And as you have heard, there are 4 stages. There are 4 clinical stages in HIV/AIDS progression. Stage 1 is when you are HIV positive but you are asymptomatic. Stage 2 is when you have mild disease. Stage 3 is when you have more severe disease. And stage 4 is the end stage disease, where you have more serious diseases and complications. So for Alfred, he had actually progressed to stage 4, because in stage 4 you find HIV wasting syndrome also. And we are told from the history that he was actually malnourished, and he was even given food by prescription, together with severe bacterial infections which he used to undergo. So the situation was very hopeless. There was no hope of reversal of the positivity, and there was no hope of ever getting healed. So when you hear that somebody like Alfred has actually turned from HIV positive to HIV negative, it shocks everyone, Senior Bishop. Because when we are recruiting people into the program of HIV, we tell them that they will be positive forever, and that the ARVs, they are going to take it forever. But now those 2 situations have been reversed here. Alfred is HIV negative. And he is no longer on antiretroviral therapy, and his file is closed. And now, Senior Bishop, it has initiated a very serious discussion in the medical fraternity here in the CIA. They are asking themselves, how is it possible? And even the doctors globally, they must be listening and asking themselves, how is it possible? Once HIV virus has actually integrated itself into the genetic makeup of the individual will be positive forever. So, Senior Bishop, we cannot explain the mechanisms of Alfred turning negative. The scientists we know cannot explain. Yes, Senior Bishop, and this one has actually challenged the medical fraternity and even the scientists globally, because now it means medicine has to be rewritten again. So now, Senior Bishop, they must insert a statement which says that, yes, you can be HIV for life, but not with supernatural intervention. The supernatural intervention of God can make it to be HIV negative, the way he has done to Alfred and many other people that we have seen, Senior Bishop. Yes, Senior Bishop. Yes, Senior Bishop, and actually what I can say is that if there is anything the world needs now, if there is anything Kenya needs now, it is this supernatural power. And especially at this time when most of my partners are actually preparing us for journey to self-reliance. They have invested a lot of resources for many years and they have seen no hope of conquering HIV/AIDS. So right now they are preparing the nations, including Kenya, to go to the journey of self-reliance. They want the nations to chip in supporting themselves with this long life treatment, which has actually drained most of their resources. So the Lord has come to our help, because with the many HIV positive people in Kenya now and globally, where can they go, especially if there is not going to be any further support from the international community? Yes, Senior Bishop, I know the impacts of HIV/AIDS epidemic. I was managing the HIV program, recruiting more than 100,000 people on ARVs. I know what it means to treat HIV. I know the hopelessness that is involved. And when we see the Lord coming to our help, we need to embrace this power that does not cost anybody anything. You see, yes, Senior Bishop, because I know very well that even among the people I used to treat, none of them ever turned negative in that duration of time I was managing them. And we used to tell them that you will be on this kind of treatment for life until either Jesus comes back or death comes. But we thank the Lord, because for Alfred, death has not occurred. What has happened is the supernatural intervention of God. Yes, Senior Bishop, and that is why I want to welcome all the doctors globally, those doctors who are doing a lot of research. There is something that has happened in Kenya. There is a new phenomenon here in Kenya. People are encountering a supernatural power through the two mightiest prophets of God. So we welcome them to come and study this, so that they may also partake of this free supernatural gift from God. But as for me and my colleagues, we are still shocked. We are still in the village. Because we cannot understand how the mechanisms of this power. It was not written anywhere. So we have finally been encountered as something that we cannot explain scientifically. So this discussion will continue for quite many days. Because as we said, this is not an isolated case, Senior Bishop. because there have been many healings one after another. So this power has been in operation in Kenya since 2008. When I was managing my patients and they kept on coming to me and asking me, should I continue with antiretroviral therapy when I have done negative? Initially I used to laugh and maybe brush the idea aside because I knew they were not going to turn negative. But when I began to test and to retest and test again, and they turn negative. I got convinced, Senior Bishop, and that is why even now I am following them on a yearly basis to keep on testing just to see what may happen. But even those ones who were healed in the year 2008, they are doing very well. They have no signs and symptoms. They are not on ARVs, and they have no disease. So I have come to the conclusion that once you have encountered this power, it will not reverse again to HIV positivity unless only you look for another HIV infection. What I have seen myself, there is none that has been healed, that has reverted back to positivity rate, Senior Bishop. That means this power. So this power is permanent. It is a supernatural power. When you encounter it, it is permanent. And I want to thank the mighty prophets of the Lord for bringing unto us this intervention, for bringing to us this power that now people can access and they can live now even forever.
Yes, please. So currently we are having a constraint of test kits, but I tried and got one so that I may test Alfred. And to my shock, when I tested him, the determinant came out to be HIV negative. Yes, please. Yes, please. So when it turned to be HIV negative, I developed a very deep interest on this case. Yes, and I remember I involved some of my fellow clinicians at the same facility, Sierra County Referral Hospital, and to them also there was a big shock, because how can an antibody test in the life of a patient that they know very well, they have even all the details, turn to be HIV negative? They were really shocked from that point. Yes, please. And I remember the clinician I shared with also made a meeting, an impromptu meeting, and they called the sub-county HIV/AIDS coordinator, called SCASCO. And also the county HIV/AIDS coordinator, called CASCO. And the hospital superintendent, and also the MOH also was involved. And there was a serious discussion on the same case, because we presented the determinant test, the rapid test that we had done. Yes, please. So I kept on pushing so that we may do a PCR as the algorithm. But because of the challenge in the commodities, we were not able to get filter papers and other commodities. Yes, so I kept on pushing, and also they were not they did not want to do that test as fast as I wanted it. Yes, please. So every time I made a push so that the program officers may make even an arrangement so that we may do that test, they kept on pushing it. They kept on pushing it. Yes. So that's why I decided to now move the private way, because that one was going to be very fast. Yes, please. And at that, yes, please. And also the long ELISA test. Yes, so when it reached on 30th of June 2022, this year, we requested the laboratory at the Jomo Kenyatta, at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu. So I wrote a lab request there, requesting them to take the sample for the long ELISA test, which they accepted, and I took Alfred there myself, and the grandmother also was with us. Yes, please. And also the sample was taken on the view of the grandmother, and we left there. Yes, so during that time also, because of the guideline and the algorithm, we had also to do a PCR before always we discharge our patients. So that's when we went to the Lancet on 9th of July. Yes, 2024 this year, 22 this year, sorry, which they took 2 samples. One was for the PCR quantitative, that is for the viral load, and the other one was for PCR qualitative, that was for the to determine whether it's still either negative or positive. Yes, then now we left them to run the tests. Yes. So after 3 days, that was on 3rd of July, I got a call from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital that the test that they were running for long ELISA had turned to be HIV negative. Hallelujah, Senior Bishop. Amen. So they called me and they told me that the test that they were running of long ELISA had turned up to be HIV negative. I was so much shocked because I know what it means for long ELISA to turn to be negative. Yes, because most of the time when long ELISA turns to be negative, we are just supposed to leave the test there. You just declare the patient HIV negative. Yes, please. And even in many cases where there is inconclusive result, We always run long ELISA test. Yes, and we call it a tiebreaker. It's the one that will tell you the truth. Yes, please. So when it came back to be negative, I was so much shocked. However, I just kept silent, waiting for, because I know there was another test which was running. Yes, please. So when it reached on 8th July 2022 this year, I received a call from Lancet Laboratory in Kisumu that they would like to give me the result, which the first result, that the sample that they took, which was for quantitative viral load. Yes, which they relayed through mail. And when I went through the mail and was reading the result, I realized that there was no copy at all for the viral load, no copy. Yes, please. The machine always writes low detectable levels, LDL. Yes, please. That was equally very, very big, and also building on my shock. Yes, so I asked them about the other test, and they told me just to hold on, the PCR qualitative one, to hold on. It will come out maybe a day after. So I held on. Exactly. So when I hold on, that was now on 9th. Yes, please. They sent me at around 2:34 p.m. Yes. I saw a notification in my mail that the Lancet has sent for me a mail. And when I rushed there, because I was in a meeting, I just rushed to open it. Yes, and I was not interested in any other thing. I just wanted to go to the result part, And when I just had a glance on the result part, PCR qualitative negative, I was so much shocked. I was so much shocked because it was PCR qualitative, result negative. Very, very shocking. Yes. Because we were in a meeting, and I was just waiting for a break where we will disperse and then try to now discuss it when I was very strong with some of my colleagues. Yes, and when the meeting was over, I called some of my senior program officers. And I told them that, can we just sit down so that I may just tell you something very special. And they were so much interested, so they sat down very fast, and I started explaining the whole process. Yes, so when I explained to them, and I reached at a point when we did a determined test, a long ELISA test, and then a PCR, then they were equally very, very shocked that how is this possible? You could read in their faces. Yes. And also, when I was trying, I wanted to see how they are really reacting, but they really reacted in a lot of shock. Actually, one of them said that this one a paper should be written. Actually, he's called the Senior Technical Advisor that stands for the whole program in the whole sub-county. Yes, he's the technical advisor pertaining the HIV care and treatment and tuberculosis. Yes, please. And under him, there are 35 facilities, inclusive of this, our referral hospital, Sierra County Referral Hospital, that submit, that are answerable under him. Yes, he's very, very senior, and some of the senior program officers. Yes, please. So at the same time, when we had finished the discussion, because we were in a meeting in a different venue, I rushed to the facility to see if other clinicians are still around. Yes, that was around 4:30 p.m. yesterday. When I reached there, I found when all the clinicians are still around, plus other support staffs and everybody, and we had a small meeting. Because this is our own client that we know very well. These are the clinicians that we work with. When I'm away, they are in the duty. When I'm in the duty, maybe they're away, or we are together in the duty. This is the client we know very well. Very well, please. So when I started explaining myself, because they were aware that a determined test was done, but they were not aware that we were running a long ELISA and other tests. So when I brought to them, yes. Yes, so when they listened and when I told them that we had even run a PCR test and a long ELISA and the results are back, I saw them when they were now very much attentive because they wanted to know that what next? How has it come? Yes, so when I broke the news for them that all those tests are negative, they were very, very shocked. They were very, very much shocked because this is the group that contained the adherence counselors for Alfred and the peer educators, and the entire team was there. Yes. Yes, they were very, very shocked because they have just heard, and yesterday, they saw one of their own now, the Lord touching and deleting HIV. Yes, please. And also there was some discussion, man, because of the time. They said that on Monday we are going to have a full discussion, and even the medical superintendent has promised to be part and parcel of that discussion. Yes, please. And it has really caused a lot of now discussions in the WhatsApp group of the entire year, that how is it that it is possible? Is it really possible? Many people and many doctors now want to probe in and know more about this case. Yes, there are many staffs have developed a lot of interest, because when the breaking news came yesterday, it went viral on Twitter and everywhere, and it has really caught everybody, much more so now the staffs that are working at Sierra County Referral Hospital. They are saying that on Monday the first thing is that one. They want to hear more about it. Yes, please. Yes, please. So we are very much equally shocked that indeed it is possible for the blood of Jesus to delete HIV/AIDS from the life of our patients. Yes, and it is a strange phenomenon in this facility now that the Lord has come to establish something that is very unique, and everybody now are interested to know more about it. He has caught everybody's attention. Yes, it is a permanent, monumental phenomena that indeed it is possible because the result they are seeing. And actually, I was telling also some of the clinicians that it's good for them also to run their DNA PCR so that they may put it on patient's file. But they told me that no, with the Lancet we can't dispute. Just print for us your copy so that we may put in the patient's file. Yes. Yes, please. Very, very powerful indeed. Yes, please. And nobody can dispute it because when results come from Lancet, it is actually certified that it is true, it is correct. Yes, please. And the grandmother also is testifying that me personally, I went with Alfred and I saw when they were taking blood sample from Alfred, they did not take from any other patient, from Alfred, my grandson. Yes, so they are equally very shocked. When I told them that we also went with the grandmother of Alfred, they were really very shocked because they could think that we have taken any other sample. He confirmed to the entire home, he is confirming to the entire village who are here today. Yes, please. He's very, very shocked. Indeed, it is a shocker and it is a wonder because many a times we only close files when our patients are dead. Even currently, every month at Sierra County Referral Hospital, we don't report less than 5 deaths that are caused by HIV. Yes, please. Yes, and right now if you go to a room, we name it archives. If you go to a room where we put the files of those who are dead or those who are lost to follow up, you cannot find any file that we have closed and we have put there that someone was HIV positive and has turned back and turned to be HIV negative. Yes, you will only find file of those that are just lost to follow up. For one reason or another, they self-transferred to another facility or they are just lost and maybe some are dead. But it's rare, you can't find a file of someone who was HIV negative and positive in same facility and has walked in now with a different file that is HIV negative. You can't find such a file in the room called the archives where we put those files. Yes, please. That's why it is a wonder. It is a wonder, and it is really disturbing us as the clinical team, because now when you now close file of eventually someone that has turned out to be HIV negative, the NASCOP will really ask you, did you put someone who was HIV negative on antiretroviral treatment? Yes, and it is a trouble. They cannot speak it, but when you look at all of our faces, it is presenting, because that is the difficult question that nobody can answer. Yes, please. Because of the level of tests that we do for you to be declared HIV positive. You cannot come out one day that actually we did a mistake and we put somebody on antiretroviral treatment, somebody who is HIV negative. Yes, please. Yes. Yes, because currently when you walk into the facility, you want to know your HIV status, we subject you to a determined test. That is the current algorithm, a determined test, which is very, very sensitive. Yes, please. It is 99.9% sensitive. Yes, please. That if there is any virus, it will pick. Yes. Yes, yes. If there is any antibody against any virus in the blood, it will automatically pick. Yes, against any virus, it will pick. And then also the second test, when it turns to be positive, we don't declare you as HIV positive. We subject you to another test immediately, which is a rapid test also called fast response. Yes. Yes, and that fast response test, it is the specificity. It is very specific now to HIV virus antibody. It's very specific. Now, if it turns to be positive, indeed that patient is positive. Yes, at that point he is declared HIV positive. And when there's a discrepancy, you run the long ELISA, also which also we ran, that will again now will be the tiebreaker. That's why we call it tiebreaker. That's why at the time that we were initiating Alfred Omondi on antiretroviral treatment, we were 100% sure that indeed he is HIV infected. Yes, and now that brings us now to the critical level when someone now tests HIV negative eventually. Now you have a bone to chew, even with the NASCOP now. I'm saying that Now, when somebody now tests HIV negative, like the case now of Alfred Omondi that we have here, now it is a big thing. It is a big thing, even with NASCOP. Yes. Yes, because they will ask you, now how comes that you, how comes you put somebody who was HIV negative? Because it's only two. It's only two. You put somebody who was HIV negative on treatment, or the Lord has done something. There must be two. Yes. Yes, and the way I've explained very well, due to the test that we do, you cannot put somebody who was HIV negative on the antiretroviral treatment. Yes, so that one only leaves us with one option, that the Lord must have done something. And now that is the shock. Now you see where we are at shock. The entire facility staffs are at shock. It has gone very viral. People are now, they are interested. They want to know what is it that have happened. Yes, please. It is a shock also that has made us now to gather here, because it is a big thing. You never hear it anywhere. And when it has happened, it has really shocked the entire fraternity. Yes, please. It is something that they have never had. They have never had in the facility. They have never had. It has come to be a very big shock. Yes, please, Senior Bishop. As I close, I want to say this. The Lord has come and has done a very great thing in our midst. To catch for our attention the way he has already done, and the entire county is perplexed. And also I would like to just invite many and many of my colleagues, because they are willing to continue and to investigate on this case, and also to write a paper. I'd just like to invite them so that we may even write a paper on this, and also show the world that indeed it is possible that the blood of Jesus can delete HIV. And also remember, it has happened at a time when we are economically constrained as a country, economically constrained. Currently, the American funds that have been funding HIV and AIDS and other diseases in our country, it has been on a decreasing mode ever since COVID-19 struck. Yes, and even the monitoring our patients have become very much challenging because you realize that we have many clients that we have not taken viral loads for almost 2 years because we are just now emphasizing on risk categories which I mentioned earlier. Yes, so for the Lord to come to us through as a facility at such an hour, it is indeed a blessing. And the Lord, yes. Yes, because of there is lack of reagents when you at Cambridge testing laboratories, there's been lack of reagents for the past 2 to 3 years. That means that we cannot monitor our patients the way we were monitoring previously. Even the antiretroviral treatment, there was a time that there was serious shortage. And there are many challenges that I cannot count and finish. And for the Lord to just appear to us and do such a thing in our midst at such an hour, it is really sending a very big message to the medical fraternity. Yes, please. So, finally, I just want to thank the God of the mightiest prophets of the Lord, because it is when he appeared, is when we began to see such a tremendous miracles, things that science cannot explain anymore, things that are above the medical understanding. Yes, please. We want to thank God, the God of the mightiest prophets of the Lord, and his servants, the mightiest mega prophets of the Lord. Indeed, a monumental thing and a monumental phenomena has happened in the land of Siaya at the County Referral Hospital. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Back to you in the studio.
He's saying that he dreamt that he saw the two mightiest prophets of the Lord in a dream. He's saying that that was the first time in a dream he saw the mightiest prophets of Yahweh, yet he had never seen them before. He's saying that the two mightiest prophets of Yahweh appeared to him in a dream while they were in their white garment. He's saying that in that white garment that the mega prophets of Yahweh were dressed in, he also saw their shoe, and he's saying that their shoe were white. He's saying that the mightiest prophets of Yahweh instructed him to prepare the way. The mightiest prophets of the Lord in that dream carried him and took him to a place that he does not recognize until now. Then in that place, the mega prophets of Yahweh instructed him and helped him to understand how he can prepare the way for the coming kingdom of God.
To kamane kaka norumo.
And then when the mightiest prophets of the Lord instructed him how he can prepare the way, then the dream stopped at that end, please.
Nanene ipicha ko bawe ipod. Mage kwondri mnanene.
He is saying that earlier before the dream he only saw the poster, and then he dreamt, and never had he saw the mightiest prophets of the Lord physically. He had never seen them one on one.
To kendo nadok panene Nakuru.
He's saying that apart from that poster, he only saw the mightiest prophets of the Lord again in the meeting of the Lord in Menengai 4 that took place in Nakuru.
Baneno nyaka put kawoto gi wanga.
He's saying that that was the first time he saw a cripple walking. He saw a cripple with his own eyes getting up and walking in the meeting of the Lord in Menengai 4. He's saying that while he saw a cripple rising and walking, that is when he said that even himself, once he comes from Nakuru, he is going to get his healing. He's saying that he also saw very many diseases which are very many and different getting healed in the meeting of the Lord. He also saying that in the meeting of the Lord, he had the mightiest prophets of the Lord saying that some who came sick in the meeting will get healed on their way back home, and some will be healed after they have reached their homes. He's saying that is how when he returned home, he began seeing himself now doing the things that he could not do before he went to the meeting of the Lord. He's saying that he dreamt that he saw the two mightiest prophets of the Lord in a dream. He's saying that was the first time in a dream he saw the mightiest prophets of Yahweh, yet he had never seen them before. He's saying that the two mightiest prophets of Yahweh appeared to him in a dream while they were in their white garment. He's saying that in that white garment that the mega prophets of Yahweh were dressed in, he also saw their shoe, and he's saying that their shoe were white. He's saying that the mightiest prophets of Yahweh instructed him to prepare the way. The mightiest prophets of the Lord in that dream carried him and took him to a place that he does not recognize until now. Then in that place, the mega prophets of Yahweh instructed him and helped him to understand how he can prepare the way for the coming kingdom of God. And then when the mightiest prophets of the Lord instructed him how he can prepare the way, then the dream stopped at that end, please. He's saying that earlier before the dream he only saw the poster, and then he dreamt, and never had he saw the mightiest prophets of the Lord physically. He had never seen them one on one. He's saying that apart from that poster, he only saw the mightiest prophets of the Lord again in the meeting of the Lord in Menengai 4 that took place in Nakuru. He's saying that was the first time he saw a cripple walking. He saw a cripple with his own eyes getting up and walking in the meeting of the Lord in Menengai 4. He's saying that while he saw a cripple rising and walking, that is when he said that even himself, once he comes from Nakuru, he is going to get his healing. He's saying that he also saw very many diseases which are very many and different getting healed in the meeting of the Lord.
Jomoko bro changi yo to jomoko bro chango kusok tupidana.
He also saying that in the meeting of the Lord, he had the mightiest prophets of the Lord saying that some who came sick in the meeting will get healed on their way back home, and some will be healed after they have reached their homes.
To kamane kana duogi dala, ba ayudo na nyatimo gik moko ma kanyal gatimo.
He's saying that is how when he returned home, he began seeing himself now doing the things that he could not do before he went to the meeting of the Lord.
My name is Dr. Kennedy Otieno. I am a physician registrar working at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, and currently I am attached to the Nyayo wards. I have more than 18 years of medical experience. Currently, I also deal on a daily basis with HIV/AIDS patients at AMPATH. AMPATH is a unit that comprises collaborations and partnership between the North American Institutions of Health and Learning, Moi University, and Moi Teaching Referral Hospital. Together, AMPATH works with more than 8 million persons that are either affected or infected with the virus one way or another. Talking about HIV, this is the virus that eventually causes AIDS. Human immunodeficiency virus, which is known in short as HIV, is a very stubborn virus that has been around for some time now. And this virus, when an individual has been exposed to the virus, the disease process progresses over time to the establishment of AIDS, or what is rather known as full-blown AIDS. The virus enters the body, and after entering the body, this virus has a way that it conquers the multiplication and the reproduction mechanism of the host cell, impeaching the ability of the host cells to multiply by themselves, and on the contrary, giving the HIV virus the ability to rapidly multiply within the body. The second effect of this virus is immune deficiency, meaning the destruction of what are called the T helper cells. These T helper cells are important in cell-mediated immunity. This is what helps an individual to be able to mount up immunity against diseases and infections. But when the T helper cells have been killed and affected by the virus, then the individual is left vulnerable to infections and diseases that otherwise would have been overcome by the body's immune system. So the individual succumbs easily, is easily put down by infections, simple infections like flu, viral infections, minor and small bacterial infections. And they also these individuals have a tendency to develop certain cancers, which may include lymphomas and Kaposi sarcoma, among others. So HIV virus is a virus that has no cure. A lot of research, a lot of resources, a lot of organizations and collaborations have come into place to see how they can cure HIV virus. Money has been put into place, manpower has been mobilized, time has been spent, but there is never any success story as far as HIV infection is concerned. There has not been any single individual, even including animal models that researchers have developed in the laboratories, that have had a reversal of HIV positive state to HIV negative, despite the presence of antiretroviral medication, which are medications that have been developed to improve the immunity and to help the patients who are suffering from HIV. Those that have been on these medications for years, 20 years and above, still, even after stringent and faithful use of their medication, still will turn positive 20 years down the line. So there is no known mechanism that totally wipes out HIV from the bloodstream. We have also heard of individuals who have taken radical measures that include washing out the entire blood from the bloodstream and replacing it with new and infected blood in individuals. But after some time, even the individuals that were subjected to this kind of stringent and tiring procedure still turned out to be HIV/AIDS positive. The long and short of it, and the consensus, even in the medical field, is that HIV/AIDS has no cure. There is no way that anybody could be subjected to anything that is medically known or scientifically appreciated that is able to wipe out the virus from the bloodstream. HIV/AIDS testing is something that has been researched thoroughly. When a test is being developed, there are things that are looked at. These include specificity. Specificity refers to the ability of a test to rule out the disease, meaning that there is no chance that a test will tell you that you are positive when actually you are negative. And the other thing that is also emphasized on in the development of any laboratory tests is the accuracy of a test to include all positives. In other words, known as the sensitivity of a test. If a test is being developed, these two things are looked at very carefully. And when a test has a specificity of around 80% and a sensitivity of around 90%, that is considered one of the best tests. But as far as HIV testing is concerned, specificity and sensitivity of tests has to be 99.9%. That simply means that there is no chance that a test will tell you that you are HIV positive when actually you are HIV negative. And on the contrary, there is also no chance that a test will tell you that you are HIV negative when ideally you are HIV positive. These are things that have been put into place when there is development of the HIV testing mechanism. When we test for HIV, there are modalities, the antigen tests, the antibody tests, and the tests that come to look at the viral load or the count, viral count. All these tests go through very stringent, very strict checks in order that there is zero error permitted in the development of these tests. So when you have been tested in any hospital, let's take for an example the simplest test that is known, OraQuick, and you turn out to be positive, then it is entirely confirmatory that you're positive. And if a test tells you you're negative, it is entirely confirmatory that this individual is negative. So we are talking about Alfred Omondi, diagnosed HIV positive in the year 2009. Alfred Omondi was tested and retested and confirmed in a period of 1 year before he was started out on antiretroviral therapy. And so because he had gone through all this testing, he was confirmed to be HIV positive and was put into medication, into treatment. But when he presented for medication, he was frail. He had lost weight. He had become weak. He had rashes. He was exhibiting frank malnutrition. We could put him at the extreme stage 3 towards moving into stage 4 because of how he had presented. So Alfred Omondi kept taking his medication, but a time came when Alfred came to the health institutions and talked to his doctor, requesting to be retested. And when he was retested, Alfred Omondi turned out to be negative, not on 1 test, not on 2 tests, not on 3 tests, but on all tests, including qPCR, which is the highest test. qPCR is a test that involves scavenging within the bloodstream any single particle, any evidence of the existence of HIV virus within the bloodstream. And whatever it picks, even if it is a minute particle, it amplifies such that it is able to be picked and identified by these tests. But when Alfred Omondi was put through these tests, vigorous, thorough tests, and the tests were done from Lancet, one of the most reputable laboratories, not only within Kenya, but in the entire world. The results came out to be negative. Now, in the history of science, as far as HIV/AIDS is concerned, there has never been a patient who was successfully treated of HIV/AIDS such that at the end of their treatment, they did the test and turned out to be HIV negative. As far as science is concerned, that has never occurred. And the modality, therefore, the agreement, the consensus, therefore, in the scientific field, and especially as far as dealing with HIV patients is concerned, is that once a patient has been HIV/AIDS, their file remains open. They will go through treatment, go on with their antiretrovirals, and the only thing that will permit the closure of that file is their death certificate, meaning that only when the patient has died, that is when this file can be closed. But Alfred Omondi now comes having a negative test, yet he is still alive. We do not know how scientifically that is possible. Therefore, Omondi Alfred, the patient whom we are looking at right now, who was prayed for now turned out to be HIV/AIDS negative. And for this reason, their file is scheduled to be closed permanently, and Omondi Alfred is being discharged from the CCC clinics, the comprehensive care clinics, as one who was a patient of HIV, but now being alive has been declared HIV negative. I must mention that this is only achievable through a power that is unknown to science, a power that is unrevealed to doctors, able to turn HIV positive into HIV negative, to give a new lease of life to those that have been condemned to death by the virus HIV. We may not scientifically explain this, and it is for this reason that I want to submit my gratitude and thanksgiving on the behalf of the medical fraternity to the Lord God Yahweh.
My name is Dr. Catherine Wangoi. I am a retired Deputy Director of Medical Services. I am also a consultant pediatrician, and I've been a medical doctor for the last 44 years. Today, we are talking about Alfred Odwall, a young boy who was diagnosed to have HIV at the age of 2 years, meaning he suffered from mother to child transmission of HIV which either happens during pregnancy, during childbirth, or during breastfeeding. When a child is diagnosed to have HIV, they are put on chronic care, which means they are on follow-up every 1 or 2 months, where their nutritional status is assessed. They are given nutritional counseling, because normally these children have very poor nutrition. They are suffering from chronic ill health. And then they are also put on ARVs. And they are monitored, their HB, their CD4 counts, every 6 months or so to assess the response of the drugs. And these ARVs are very unpalatable, and they also have side effects. So the life is very, very uncomfortable for these children. When the human immunodeficient virus enters the blood, it attaches itself on the cell surface, then finds its way right in the nucleus. And then the cell breaks down. Many, many virions are produced. After a few days, they break and are released the bloodstream, and then they also run to other cells. So it's a circle that goes on. And once system is destroyed, this child becomes very weak and gets signs and symptoms of deficiency of the immune system. They have opportunistic infections. The ARVs are given to stop the rapid multiplication of the virus, but the ARV drugs will never destroy the virus, just slows it down. And the children also are on drugs to stop the opportunistic infections. So once a child gets HIV virus, they remain with that virus for the rest of their life. The antibodies, because the virus is there, the antibody test is always going to be positive. So Alfred went through this ill health, missing school many times because they have to go to the hospital, missing classwork because they are unwell, and they'll perform very poorly in school. And these children suffer from a lot of stress. One, they feel and look different from other children, and they wonder, who am I? They suffer from very poor identity crisis. They also wonder, why do I have to take drugs every day, even when I don't feel unwell? And this puts on them a lot of stigma. And at times the other children will get to know that they're HIV positive. They don't accept them, they don't want to pray with them. They notice these children are always sickly, they're not engaging in games. And they suffer a lot of emotional stress. They fear death because eventually they get to know that they're suffering from HIV. And some will even develop emotional problems. They have negative defense mechanisms because of the chronic stress they go through. They're always in pain, vomiting, diarrhea. And this happens to be the life of these children. And even as they graduate to adolescence, on top of their other adolescent problems, they have to cope with HIV signs and symptoms. They'll never engage in games with other children. And for Alfred to have been healed of HIV, this is a very, very, very astronomical miracle. What happened to him? He is said to have gone to a meeting. And in that meeting, HIV virus was cast. This is not scientifically explained. How is it possible that a command is given to the virus and the virus obeys and leaves this boy's body, which a fact confirmed by doing antibody tests, they are negative. ELISA test is negative. DNA PCR is also negative. This doesn't happen in science because no drug, no procedure can kill the virus. It's forever in the body until the life of this child. But this command that deleted this virus confirmed even signs and symptoms. Immediately the boy became very bright, very active, added weight. For sure this virus has gone. This must be the power of God, very supermassive, supernatural power. Alfred now is healed emotionally, physically, psychologically, and he can now engage with activities like any other young 15-year-old. This is extremely, extremely mighty and very powerful. And more of the children should be subjected to this voice that is commanding HIV virus to die, and it obeys and dies.
Blessed viewers, my name is Rahab Lemarkoko, a principal registered clinical officer with 20 years of clinical experience. I'm also a trainer of trainers in HIV AIDS management. And today I'm here to go through the documents of Alfred Omondi Odor, a 15-year-old young man that the Lord has healed of HIV AIDS. He was tested HIV positive in the year 2009 when he was only 2 years old. And this is after he lost his parents, both his parents, to HIV AIDS pandemic. At that age of 2 years old, the boy was really in very bad state of health, very malnourished. He also had severe weight loss of more than 20% of the body weight. At the same time, he had this persistent oral candidiasis, persistent fungal and bacterial infections, and he was just lethargic and always very tired. And that is what prompted now the grandmother to take him to the hospital. So he went to the Siaya referral hospital. Upon the an HIV test being done, he was diagnosed to be HIV positive. So on 17th of August 2009, he was enrolled on the comprehensive care clinic and started now the management and being followed up and being prepared for the ARVs. Come 17th of August 2010, he was now started on the ARVs. According to the symptoms that he was presenting with, this child was put in the WHO clinical stage 4 because of the symptoms that he was presenting with. His patient unique number is 1408 010 378. So the first regimen that this child was put on just at the start of the ARVs was zidovudine plus lamivudine plus nevirapine. He went on with that management for almost 2 years. Then now it was time to change the management, and the second regime was started on 16th of February 2012. And on that 16th of February, he was put on abacavir, lamivudine, and efavirenz. He also went on with that regime for quite some time, until now when his weight was now good enough to start another more effective regime. And on 5th of March 2018, he started the regime that he was now having to date, which was tenofovir plus lamivudine plus dolutegravir. he went on with that, faithfully going to the clinics monthly until now this very shocking happening, very shocking event that happened when this child, who was still just of poor health, always dull, this child was taken to the meeting in Nakuru. That was on 30th and 31st of December. 30th and 31st of December, 2021. Then when they went back home after the meeting, the boy's health improved so fast, and he was now gaining weight. He was getting very bright, very happy, until now that caretakers, and the clinicians noticed. And that's what prompted one nurse to just do a rapid test, the very sensitive determined test. That was around the month of May 2022. And then surprisingly, the test turned negative. That was quite shocking. And so now this information reached the clinicians that were following up on this boy. All these years, you are talking about 13 years of very good follow-up and with the standard management. So when the clinicians heard about that, they were now very curious, and now they even did more rapid tests, including the confirmatory fast response test, which is also very specific of HIV 1 and 2. And then, surprisingly, it also turned negative. That was quite a shock, and so the doctors went another level of doing the long ELISA test. That was on 3rd July 2022. And when the long ELISA test was done in the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, it turned out to be negative. That is a shock for someone that has been on care for more than a decade. HIV positive with all the signs and symptoms at WHO clinical stage 4. Then the doctors went ahead and did the HIV viral load test, and that was the specimen was taken on 30th June. 30th June 2022, a specimen was taken at the Lancet Laboratory, Kenya, and the report came on 7th of July this year, 2022, and not even one virus or particle was able to be picked. So it was not detected. The DNA PCR was again done at the same Lancet laboratory, and the sample was taken on 3rd of July 2022, which came out on 15th of July 2022. And the DNA PCR results were negative. Very shocking. This is the CCC card for Alfred Omondi Oduor, and this is from the facility of the Siaya Referral Hospital, where he was being followed up. The serial number is 09-10378. This is from the Ministry of Health, the National AIDS and STI Control Program, that is NASCOP, the CCC patient card. We have the patient unique number here as 140-801-0378. And the date when the patient was enrolled on the CCC for the HIV care was 17th August 2009. And the date that the child was started on the ART, the antiretroviral therapy, was on 17th August 2010. This is the inside of the card, the CCC card, where you find the regime that the child was taking, the drugs that he was taking, and also the return dates are written here, the date of the next visit, as you can see, all the way, coming all the way to July 2nd, July 2022. And then usually we write the drugs that we have given, the number of the tablets. This case was 60 of them. Yes, so he was given drugs for 2 months and was told to come back, and that is on 2nd of April 2022. They took a picture of one of the rapid tests, the determined test, which, as you can see here, you can interpret it that only the control line is here, just one line. That means this is a negative report. This is the determined test, the highly sensitive test. So we also have the PCR quantitative test that was done for the HIV viral load. This is from Lancet Laboratory. Alfred Odor Omondi, again, the collection was done on 30th June 2022, and the date that the report was read was on 7th July 2022. And you can see very clearly here that the HIV-1 RNA copies were not detected. We finally have the final test that was done, the highest test, the DNA PCR test, the PCR HIV-1 qualitative test. And this is again in the Lancet Laboratory, Kenya, for Alfred Odor Omondi. And the sample was collected on 9th July 2022, and the report was ready and was given on 15th July 2022, the final report. And we can see very well that the PCR HIV qualitative test is negative. That means to the highest of the tests, Alfred Odor Omondi is now HIV negative. And clinically, there's not a sign of any opportunistic infection left on him. He's very stable. In fact, the last weight that was taken is now 47 kilograms. And he's very stable, very active. He's very normal now, very joyful also. We really bless the Lord. There's not even a hint that this child had HIV/AIDS, apart from the very good records that are there in the system. This is a wonder. It is not known. It has never happened in medical.
Thank you. My name is Elijah Ochieng. I'm a clinician working here at the Comprehensive Care Clinic. Can I know your name, please?
My name is Alfred Monjodwol.
Yes, please.
I am 15 years of age.
Okay.
And I am here
Yes.
to know my HIV status.
Your HIV status?
Yes.
Thank you so much. First of all, we have this test kit called Determine Test.
Yeah.
And then we have another test kit called the First Response. So usually we do test with this one. First of all,
Yeah.
it's called Determine. And when it tests positive, there is also another test that we run called First Response. And that First Response is what will make us declare the result positive. So you know how to interpret the result?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you tell me a negative result? How does a negative result look like?
A negative result
Yes.
look like when the kit runs up to one line.
When there is one line, yes.
Yes.
It shows that it is negative.
Yeah.
And when it is two lines?
When it is two lines,
yes,
it shows that one is positive.
Is positive.
Yeah.
So let me just relax so
Yeah.
that you withdraw the blood from your hands. Which hand do you prefer? This one, this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Just relax so that we may take blood sample from that hand, and then we do the test, we run the test. And I can see you came with a camera.
Yeah.
Would you like your result to be made public? Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay. So we take some blood sample here. And then put it on the kit. Then run and wait for the result. And it's good for you to know that the result will take 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And then it will be out. It will be ready for interpretation. So I'd just like you to relax a bit. And then after 15 minutes, you are going to get your result, okay?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Then we'll wait for 15 minutes and the results will be out. congratulations again. You can see the result is HIV negative.
paternal grandmother. We are here with the paternal grandmother who has been staying with Alfred after the demise of both parents.
Ninga mara animonga Teresa malo ninga mumere ilingo nopoto anyaka dengi kamoron kadomini
koro Alfred enangoni.
Alfred enyakwara makawuda maduro.
She says that her name is Teresa Maloha. She says that Alfred is her grandchild, the son to her firstborn son.
One Alfred no tuo no yudo kotiyo kamoro nusoni koro won mare ni kane tuo ne kobuto kod yaini kane Roma 2007 to Jojo Dur, Maun Alfred, Sayom.
Mama is saying that the father to Alfred, who is George, who is her firstborn son, became sick. And in the year 2007, the son succumbed to the sickness and died. She's saying that her son, who is the father to Alfred, succumbed to HIV and AIDS.
Kanero malupario, wayiko won Alfred, Alupario Gabiria. Kanero malupario go chico, Alfred.
She says that after burying the father to Alfred, who is her son, having succumbed to HIV and AIDS in the year 2007, later on, the mother to Alfred also died in the year 2009.
Min Alfred ni en kano tuo tutere district. Non wangno onego odonji yath.
She says that the mother to Alfred, when she was sick, she was diagnosed and she was recommended to be put under care, HIV care.
Nado kaka go Alfred kaka dane. Ne min go we ko ya kuja higni ari. Tin gi moro ne ja higni ya uchien, moro ne ja higni angwen, ko ja higni ari. Ma wuya no go kae sani. Ni form 3. Maduong kati. Nyako maluwe to nigdane.
So Mama is saying that after the death of the mother to Alfred, she remained to take care of Alfred together with one of the siblings. But by then, Alfred was only 2 years old.
Kana bangi komin, Alfred nek nakare. Alfred netu.
She says that after the burial of the mother, Alfred was sickling. She wasn't fine in health.
Corona tingo gigite nitinda dekugo. Mondo ateri hospital. Kana chopi hospital kodgi. So daktari no wacho no ani mokwonga mondo pima.
She says that she took all these children to the hospital, including Alfred, who was the last born in their house. And when she went with them, the doctors advised her that she should be the very first person to get tested of HIV and AIDS before the grandchildren are tested.
Pimno ne gingisa luko woku lainda rio. Tumano atu. Luko woku laina chiel. Tumano angi. Tumano woku laina chiel mano mara.
She says that she was instructed on how to interpret the results of the test, and when she was tested and found to be HIV negative herself.
Ayo chako pim indari wo imaduo. Kano pime no wacho no ngisa ni ngiyane to nani onaya yudo laina chiel. Kamano. Kaka ni ngisa.
Kamano.
Ka marario nyako ni benda yuda chiel.
She says that when the 3 grandchildren were put under test, the first one was the firstborn, and the firstborn was tested and found to be HIV negative, the same with the secondborn. So now was the lastborn, who is Alfred.
Koroka no pio chop Alfred, to no pime, to nuang no uklaindadi.
She says that when it reached the time for testing Alfred, when she was tested, she saw 2 lines on the test kit.
Korone daktari wacho nan koro kineno ma tingeni nyathini koro en to koro tu jowadgi gi to koro gima.
To ang'o momiyo ne itero gi ne moko maneno kuom Alfred mane miyo ichich kuome.
Gimomiyo natero gi tene an gubuok. Nikech ing'eni wuon gi otho.
She says that when Alfred was tested, he was found to be HIV positive. And the reason she went and took them for the test is because having lost her son, who is the father to Alfred, together with the wife of HIV and AIDS, she suspected that the children might also be HIV positive. And so she wanted to know whether she's going to lose all this family, the parents together with the children. That was her main fear, and that's why she went for this test, and the test showed that Alfred was the only child in this house, the lastborn, who was tested and found to be HIV positive. Otherwise, the other 2 children were HIV negative.
kata obedo ni in gi chandruok mane kode, to koro ma nyathini matin. Nakawo Alfred kaka nyathina manyuolo matin machuka. Nowachna ni mondo, ne giwachona ni gidwa chako nyathini kod septri.
Koro ne gimiye septri.
Chieng' onowuok.
She says that on the very day Alfred was found to be HIV positive, she was taken through counseling session and she was encouraged that she can still just take care of this child, that she should be brave to do so. She also says that Alfred was taken and put under care. She was given some Septrin to be using or taking immediately after he was found to be HIV positive.
Chakra Alufario gochiko ne giruake Septrin. Alufario gapar eni Septrin. Apar gachiel eni Septrin. Kane romo apar gariyo ne ginyisa ni dani koro adwa pimo remb.
She says that Alfred was put under care where she was being administered to Septrin from the year 2009, 2010, 2011, and 2012. When she went for a test in the year 2012, the doctors advised that they should now advance the medical care, and so they advised that now they will put her on ARVs in the year 2012. So she says that it was in the year 2012 when the doctors advised her to start using the ARVs that were meant now to pacify the HIV virus in the body of Alfred.
Bang mano, corona tiyo kode gi chak. Na tiyo kode kod alode, to kod ring'o mar gwen.
She says that having witnessed changes in the complexion on the skin of Alfred, he started trying to put him under some special diet, including special vegetables. She could prepare some chicken to give protein and a lot of that.
Anindo koka ng'eyo kama nitie. Ng'ene ko en nyathi ma jaot. Koro na penjo to nyathini karo lewo kanyo. To nwan wakia. Karo mokinyne yako osiepne wacho ni nyathi moro ben kae. Na Alfred odhi Nakuru.
She says that last year in December, Alfred missed from home here, and when she asked about it, the very good friend to Alfred told her that Alfred had attended a meeting in Nakuru where the two mightiest prophets of the Lord were ministering. There was a big meeting in Nakuru, and Alfred had attended that meeting.
Alfred kodonjo to nyiero. Tapenji ni akuru.
She says that after that meeting, Alfred came back home, and when they met, the first time she saw Alfred was just smiled at her, and she also smiled back, and then she asked where Alfred had gone.
Alfred naneno ka en koro gi chuny motegno
kuom Nyasaye
en gi chuny motegno kendo nosiko kowachona ga ni dana pare na chango.
Wow. She says that after that mighty meeting that Alfred attended, when Alfred came back, Alfred told her that he feels that he is healed, and he says that Alfred was stronger and stronger in faith.
Timotere to nakia en moduogo to wacho naga mano ko akucha ema wacho naga no pare na dana chang ko na wacho ni chango kichango to ber mono ya tinde kemo na nya kwara
kuma koro no pongo mano koro mo ne mara bichini kano duogo ko ai pin to koro no nyisi na
kano duogo ko ai pin to nyisa no dana asai chango
no nyisi ni opime mo ni
oge tuo. Apendi ni onge tuo no kaka ne daktari owacho ni wacha. Alfred wacho na tuo onge na ila
She says that in May, there is a day Alfred was out, and when Alfred came back, he came back very happy, and he informed her that my granny, I am healed. Imagine I went for a test, and there was only one line on the test. I am HIV negative now. And Mama asked, is it true? Because we went with you, you were tested, and you were tested to be positive. Is it true that now you are really negative?
Ne poko timre ga. De nek ni pachan nyalo timre.
Alfred came with the testimony that he was now HIV negative and that there was only one line on the test kit. She says that she didn't believe because she cannot even imagine. It is actually impossible, according to her, for someone who is once tested and found to be HIV positive now to turn and be HIV negative. That was a very confusing and actually she was very shocked because of the report that came back from the first test which she did not attend.
Chema ne wadhi Kisumu. Oyudo ka daktari nobiro kode mokwongo. Daktari nisani nyathini ochango. Yes.
Kamano.
Awacho na pagoro. Keta be kanyo monyo yath pile. Nyocha neno ka ok berna.
Kamano.
Koro daktari ochako duogo wacho ni wadhi Kisumu.
Kamano.
Mano onego gidhi kod kwargi.
Kamano.
Kwargi nene owuok.
Kamano.
Kane nitie gimolawo.
She says that after the healing, a doctor came here and the doctor confirmed to her that Alfred has been healed. However, there is an advanced facility in Kisumu town, a referral hospital in Kisumu town. So she was advised that now herself, Alfred, together with the doctor, may go to that government facility in Kisumu, another town far away from here, so that they may confirm if Alfred indeed at that moment now is HIV negative.
Gima neno kuome, mori maneno ka en go saidi. Maparo ni yathino be nyocha kara opugo chunye. Koro mor ma en ga gono maneno kuome maneno.
She says that since the grandchild was healed, the grandchild has been very jovial, life has changed. The child is now very positive with life and she's very happy about that. She says that she's very much grateful to the two servants of the Lord. She says that the grandchild went to a meeting in Nakuru and the grandchild came back healed. And she's very, very grateful to you, the two mightiest prophets of the Lord. And she says that she will follow the message that you came to deliver to this earth.
He's saying that he dreamt that he saw the two mightiest prophets of the Lord in a dream. He's saying that that was the first time in a dream he saw the mightiest prophets of Yahweh, yet he had never seen them before. He's saying that the two mightiest prophets of Yahweh appeared to him in a dream while they were in their white garment. He's saying that in that white garment that the mega prophets of Yahweh were dressed in, he also saw their shoe, and he's saying that their shoe were white. He's saying that the mightiest prophets of Yahweh instructed him to prepare the way. The mightiest prophets of the Lord in that dream carried him and took him to a place that he does not recognize until now. Then in that place, the mega prophets of Yahweh instructed him and helped him to understand how he can prepare the way for the coming kingdom of God. And then when the mightiest prophets of the Lord instructed him how he can prepare the way, then the dream stopped at that end, please. He's saying that earlier before the dream, he only saw the poster, and then he dreamt, and never had he saw the mightiest prophets of the Lord physically. He had never seen them one-on-one. He's saying that apart from that poster, he only saw the mightiest prophets of the Lord again in the meeting of the Lord in Menengai 4 that took place in Nakuru. He's saying that that was the first time he saw a cripple walking. He saw a cripple with his own eyes getting up and walking in the meeting of the Lord in Menengai 4. He's saying that while he saw a cripple rising and walking, that is when he said that even himself, once he comes from Nakuru, he is going to get his healing. He's saying that he also saw very many diseases which are very many and different getting healed in the meeting of the Lord. He also saying that in the meeting of the Lord, he heard the mightiest prophets of the Lord saying that some who came sick in the meeting will get healed on their way back home, and some will be healed after they have reached their homes. He's saying that is how when he returned home, he began seeing himself now doing the things that he could not do before he went to the meeting of the Lord.
My name is Dr. Toromo Koche. I am the Deputy Director of Medical Services working for the County Government of Nakuru, Kenya. Currently, I am the head of the Department of Partner Liaison and Coordination. I coordinate the partners, the local partners within the county, the national partners, and also the international partners. These are partners who collaborate with the Department of Health to support us in the HIV/AIDS programs, sexual reproductive health programs, maternal-child health programs. Most of the partners are actually USAID partners who come from the United States of America. We also have partners who come from Denmark, who come from Sweden, Germany. We also have partners who come from the country of Israel. So all these partners collaborate with the county government of Nakuru to support us with the implementation of the healthcare services within the county. Previously, I was the program coordinator at the provincial level. I was coordinating the program of NASCO, that is the National AIDS and HIV and STI Control Program at the provincial level. My responsibility was to oversee the services of HIV testing and counseling, where we were testing people, counseling them, and enrolling them into HIV care. So I was also overseeing the activities of the antiretroviral therapy program. I was also overseeing the activities of prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV/AIDS program in the county. So where we had enrolled more than 100,000 people into the HIV care program. So that is the stage when I encountered a lot of difficulties, because most of my patients who were enrolled into care, they still suffered from severe opportunistic infections, and some of them also died despite the fact that they were on antiretroviral therapy. When HIV came into the country, NASCO program put in place some interventions. And one of the interventions is the establishment of PMTCT program. This is the prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV virus. In this program, we know, because science informs that without any intervention, HIV-positive mothers have got a 40% rate of transmission of HIV to their unborn babies, or during the process of pregnancy, during the process of delivery, and during the process of breastfeeding. There is a 40% chance of rate of transmission of HIV. So in Kenya, where we have 1 million pregnancies, approximately 1 million pregnancies every year, we have not managed to eliminate the possibility of transmitting HIV from the mother to the child. As I say, HIV transmission from the mother to the baby can occur during pregnancy. Of course, there is a possibility that the HIV virus can cross over the placenta to the unborn baby. There is also a possibility that during the process of birth and delivery, where there is labor, there is a delivery process, there can be mixing of the blood, the maternal and the child blood, so that the infection can cross over to the baby. And then another possibility is when the child is being breastfed. There is also a possibility that the HIV virus can also pass from the milk to the baby. So in the PMDCD program, we are trying to put interventions. We want to give the mother, if the mother is tested positive, then right from the beginning, right from the antenatal care, we want to put this mother on antiretroviral therapy, so that the viral load in the blood of the mother is reduced. When the viral load is low, there is minimal chances of transmitting the HIV virus to the baby. So the mother is put on antiretroviral therapy. We call it prophylaxis, so that there is no possibility of transmitting the infection. When the mother is also breastfeeding, the mother is also put on antiretroviral therapy. And then again, the baby, after birth, the baby is also put on some prophylaxis to make sure that there is no possibility of acquiring the HIV infection from the mother. So all these interventions are available. But for the case of Alfred Omondi, you see that despite the intervention, most likely the intervention never worked for him. Or maybe they accessed it, and because of the challenges involved, maybe he was not able to be protected from the HIV infection from the mother. And right from the beginning, he was found to be HIV positive, and he was put on care. And for children, the rate of progression of the HIV infection is very fast, because their immune system is not yet well developed. So for the case of Alfred, you see that at the age of 2 years old, he has progressed from stage 1 to stage 4. And you know very well that stage 1 is the stage where you are HIV positive, but you are still asymptomatic. Stage 2 is where you have a mild disease. Stage 3 is where you have severe disease. And stage 4 is where you have the end stage, with a lot of complications. So Alfred had reached that stage within a period of 2 years. So he was on his way actually to dying. So at that stage, we found out that he was suffering from severe bacterial infections. He had recurrent oral candidiasis. He was malnourished, and at one stage even he was put on food by prescription because he had lost a lot of weight. And with frequent infections, and he used to get admissions even at 2 admissions per month. So he had progressed so fast, and despite the use of antiretroviral therapy, his condition never improved so much, because we know it very well that the use of antiretroviral therapy is not actually to bring any cure to the person who is HIV positive. It's only meant to prolong life. So eventually, he was going to die. Because we also know very well that once you are HIV positive, you are HIV positive for life. And Alfred was tested, and he was found to have actually acquired the HIV virus from the mother, because we used the DNA PCR. We did not only use the antibody testing, but we used the DNA PCR to confirm that actually he was HIV positive, and he was put on care. So one thing which is very shocking is that when Alfred encountered this supernatural power or intervention, then something that has shocked us in the medical fraternity is that we tested and we found out that he has actually turned HIV negative. That is something which is not recorded anywhere in the medical practice, that somebody should one day turn out to be HIV negative. I know it very well, the mechanisms of infection of HIV, where there is integration. The HIV virus integrates itself into the genetic genome, the genetic makeup of the individual. And once it has integrated itself into the genome, then you will be positive for life. So even when I was recruiting my people into the HIV care program, I was telling them that there was no way they were going to turn negative, they were going to live positive forever. And they were going to be on that lifelong treatment forever. They were not going to stop it. And because their immunity is already compromised. When you have the HIV virus, it keeps on multiplying in the blood, destroying the protection of the body, the immunity goes down, you are prone to severe opportunistic infections like tuberculosis, some cancers may also come up, and you eventually succumb to the disease. So when we got this news that he has been tested now and he has been found to be HIV negative, that is something which shocked us. So I came over and I examined clinically. He has no signs of any sickness. We looked at the testing that has been done, the rapid antibody testing, which turned out to be negative. Then also the long ELISA test was done, that is an enzyme-linked immunoassay, which is also a more severe testing, and it was also negative. Then they have also done the quantitative and the qualitative polymerase chain reaction, that is DNA PCR, and everything is negative. So this is very shocking, because this has changed the practice of medicine. I don't know now whether we should rewrite medicine, because we were saying that there is no way somebody can turn HIV negative once infected. So what we have seen here is a situation which was very hopeless. You can imagine now, he lost the parents, one in the year 2007, another one in 2009. So he was an orphan, and there was a lot of stigma. In fact, it affected even the adherence to medication and the follow-up, because you see that stigma where the parents have died, people know that these parents died because of HIV. So a lot of stigma, a lot of depression, needing a lot of psychosocial support. You are put on a treatment. When you are born, you are on a treatment you don't understand. So sometimes even the disclosure is a problem, because they may not understand. The other colleagues were asking them, why are you on some medicine and you are not, why are you not stopping? Why are you on that long medication? So it was really a very big challenge. And even for the parents, the grandparents who knew that the parents of this Alfred Omondi died of HIV. So they knew that eventually even this child was going to die. So this supernatural intervention, which actually was brought about by them going to the meeting of the prophet, has actually helped a lot. This is not the only case we have seen. This is not an isolated case. We have seen quite a number of cases, people turning HIV negative. When I was running the program in the Rift Valley province, it shocked me initially because people used to come to me. They say, Daktari, I've just turned HIV negative. Should I continue with antiretroviral therapy? That shocked me because I could not understand somebody turning negative. So I went to the NASCO program, that is a National AIDS Control program in Nairobi, and we discussed this and it was shocking. Then we began to investigate and we realized that actually these people who have been going to the meeting of the prophet, they are prayed for and they are told to go back to their doctors, the doctors who normally put them on ARVs, the doctors who normally monitor them continuously. When they came, the patients I tested and they were HIV negative. That one shocked me a lot. In fact, the first 8 cases that we tested at the Walter Reed laboratories in Kericho here, they all turned negative. And it was a shock. It shocked the medical fraternity. It shocked people even globally because it has never been recorded or documented anywhere in the world that when somebody is HIV positive, he or she can turn negative. So this is a new phenomenon which is actually changing the practice of medicine globally. And as for me, because of the situation that is currently prevailing in the globally with respect to HIV situation, you see that since the HIV came, we have lost more than 40 million people. It is like over the last almost 40 years, HIV has been killing almost 1 million people per year. And as I speak now, there are more than 6 million people who are HIV infected. Even if you can imagine now as a country like Kenya now where we have more than 1.6 million people who are living with HIV. We need this power. We need this supernatural power. And especially now that we have seen that this power works. And this power is free of charge. We don't pay anything. I've never heard any one of my patients saying, I went to the meeting of the prophet and I paid anything. They just go and they get it for free. So it is an opportunity for us and even those people globally. Let them come and see this wonder. This is a miracle that has happened in the nation of Kenya. Me personally, I have buried quite a number of my people who are on the HIV care program. They died. They were on long care treatment, but eventually they died. Let us embrace this power. This is the power of God. This is the power beyond medicine. This is more superior power than medicine. Medicine, despite its advancement, it has never been able to turn even one person to be HIV negative.
That is Alfred now is running, he can do things, because I asked him whether he can do things that he could not do before. He tells me now he can do things that he could not do before. Now he can run on his own. So he has told me he can also fetch water. I've also asked him whether he can fetch water, because now he has told me.
Taifa